Welcome along, everybody. Delighted to have you with us on FEI TV. Welcome to Rotterdam. As you can see, the scene is nearly set for what is going to be a spectacular afternoon and evening of international dressage. We've already seen the Nations Cup here on Thursday with the Grand Prix test. Of course, the Dutch coming out on top, both individually and as a team. And looking forward now to this, the FEI Grand Prix special, the freestyle, coming up a little later this evening. Tremendous lineup throughout, and of course excited to see with the Paris Games just around the corner how these combinations fare here today. Plenty of different nations involved and plenty of the world's best, as you can see, lining up. France certainly well represented with riders, I'm sure. It is towards the end, though, perhaps, that the most interest will come, with the likes of Patrik Kittel and Touchdown deciding to do the special. The new reigning World Cup holders in there as well, Nanna, Skodborg, Merrald, and of course Edward Gal and Becky Moody, to name but a few. And a really, really strong Grand Prix test on Thursday. Went the way of Dina van Lierde, and we really enjoyed that one. I'm curious to see, she'll be in the freestyle later, how she gets on tonight, but Hermes NOP coming back. Today, the judges for the special sit like this. As you can see, at E, Mariette Sanders van Gunsinkel for the Netherlands. At France, at H, with Raphael Sala. Henning Lerman will be the president for the class from Germany. Susan Barrett from Denmark at M. And Isabel Wessels, who was the president for the Grand Prix, sits at B there for Great Britain. But as I say, everyone just getting into place. We've enjoyed some tremendous sport here, both dressage and show jumping already, and plenty more to come. It's such a popular part of the Dutch calendar and the equestrian calendar nestled here in the forest. It is a beautiful day, absolutely beautiful day. It's pleasantly warm, not too warm, but pleasantly warm. So looking forward now to this getting underway in just a couple of minutes' time. So we'll enjoy the FEI Grand Prix special. Great crowd. As I say, they were absolutely delighted to see Dina win the other day. Isabel came second with that relatively new ride, Wendy de Fontaine, in the Grand Prix. And then Daniel Bachmann-Andersen for Denmark put in a cracking Grand Prix test on Veyron to finish in third. Now the top three from the Grand Prix are all elected to ride in the freestyle a little bit later on. So Patrik and Touchdown, who finished in fourth here on Thursday, best placed from the Grand Prix, that have elected to come forward in this Grand Prix special. Corentin Portier, who was the French rider actually, who set a new combination best with Gauthilde du Filard, has decided to do the freestyle. But then that little run that came afterwards of Nanna, Becky, Larissa and Edward will all be taking on the special. And of course it is such a important test. Hello everybody, we're all having a fabulous time. Let's say, great to see a crowd of all ages. You know, the kids really enjoy coming, passionate about their sport. But the special, as I was going to say, of course, is so important, with that forming such a key part of the tests at the Olympics and all major championships. Of course, you have your Grand Prix that, like we've seen here the other day, is the team competition. Of course, by getting into the top end of the Grand Prix individually, though, you will also qualify to go forward into that Grand Prix special, and then from the special, of course, to qualify into the freestyle. So being able to put a good strong score on, being able to show that at this time of year, right here, right now, the one thing we've said about Rotterdam since we started here on Thursday is it has been positioned just perfectly. I mean, it's on its normal dates, but it has been positioned just perfectly in the calendar to give many of the combinations that will go to Paris, in some cases, a final run out, and it gives the teams, the chef d'équipes, all that opportunity to really get a good feel for them. We're just looking down there into these beautiful judges' boxes. Scoring of course give us the running averages as we go through the tests. We don't get to see the individual scores anymore. That's something they've said no to. So let's move on to this partnership that are going to kick things off. And Arnaud, who rides for France, of course, I'm sure will be hoping once again to be part of that home team come the summer. France, of course, who've had so much success in jumping and in eventing at an Olympic level. I'm sure would love to try and bring home a medal in the world of dressage as well. Arnaud Serre, who'll go first, has ridden at championships, including here in Rotterdam in the past. He's ridden at world and European level, never though been to an Olympic Games. This horse, James Bond de Massa, was a horse that he rode at the Europeans in Glisenbeck last year. He qualified actually from the Grand Prix, where the French team finished in 6th place, to ride in the special that time. He scored 67.761 in the Grand Prix here the other day. He did ride in Le Mans in the special, scoring 68.255, and also recently Nations Cup event in Compiègne. It's as though it's only this combination. It's a 10-year-old stallion. It's only the 5th time they've competed in the Grand Prix special. And for reference, their best score so far was that score at the Europeans last year, 69.605. James Bond de Massa, the stallion by Bravo B, kicking things off. Settled more as this test has started now. More comfortable. Just to keep that forward energy, but of course remaining relaxed, listening to the rider's aids. Showing a nice rhythm throughout this test. And the transitions have looked reasonably good. Of course, you always try to make those transitions between the paces as seamless as possible, and it's all about maintaining that rhythm throughout. Think of this as perhaps one of the most important parts of the Grand Prix special with the way the scores go, because of course the extended walk, your one chance, the collected walk, your one chance, and then you have that Piaf mark, the double coefficient that comes with that, and of course you're as well marked on the transitions between those walk Piaf passage. Again, with the Piaf that follows, again the double coefficient, and in the space of what is just a matter of seconds, there is a huge amount of marks, and you can just see they're struggling a little bit in the middle. Piaf, just losing the rhythm. Again, a very difficult transition. Just again, a little untidy, poor execution. You come from the passage, and then when you get to X, you've got to proceed into that right collected canter. And just with that little issue coming around the short side. Just unable to keep those hind legs in position. So it's just jumping out of the pirouette. Struggling to keep that overall engagement and control that sadly will count against them, and you'll know that as well. There were certainly some good moments earlier on in that test, just unravelled a little bit more as things went on. So Arnaud Serre riding there with James Bondu-Massa. We'll interestingly see what and how the judges score that. We're certainly going to use that when it comes to the sort of accuracy as well, and I guess geometry of that. It's ultimately looking for precise understanding. And so scores won't be too far away to be able to bring you for this first combination. Hopefully they'll be up in a moment or so. Here they come. 62.383 is the overall percentage. Those mistakes sadly really costing them, and combination we know that can do so much better, but that sadly of all of their Grand Prix specials is one that they'll look to perhaps put behind them, and that's a shame really as well after the last couple now for them haven't quite gone as well as those in the past. Next to go, Charlotte is getting set to start. Charlotte Defalque goes next, and riding here for Belgium with Botticelli. This is an 18-year-old stallion. It's been a fabulous partner of hers as she has risen through the ranks of this sport. Really go as well as we've seen them go in the past in the Grand Prix. On Thursday, I'm sure they'll be hoping to sort of rectify that a little bit here today. It's a stallion by Vivaldi out of a Cos mare. She first rode this horse at a championship when she was in juniors back in 2013, and then went all the way through to riding at the Europeans for Belgium last year in Riesenbeck, where in fact in the Grand Prix she only just missed out on qualifying for the special. Just outside the world's top 30. Interestingly, though, hasn't ridden a massive number of Grand Prix specials. The one she has done, she's scored strongly in. In fact, her PB came, it would be 2 years ago in Doha when she rode in the 5-star, finished in second on 70.405. She went back to Doha and won the special the following year, but that was on a score of 69.638. And as I say, despite there only being a few appearances, she never scored under 68.4 in a special. Started well. It's a much more settled test than it was in the Grand Prix. Such a difficult moment, and the horses, of course, the more specials they've done and the more times they've practiced that, the more predictive it can become. But she's doing a really strong performance. She was just shy of 70% in the Grand Prix, and it's again looking a lot more settled. Just needs to be careful with the transitions between the Piaffe and Passage. running off a little bit into the canter. So important to keep that rhythm and balance between the movements and through the transitions. Interestingly as well, for the 4 riders from Belgium, they've all elected to ride the special today. Of course, 3 of them you would expect to make the team. Very much, I would suggest, is acting as a very good trial, not just for Belgium but for others as well for Paris, but it makes these tests even more crucial. Perhaps could have extended, just opened the frame a little more, now coming to the first of the pirouettes. Make sure they keep that balance and collection. Don't allow it to go too wide, concentrating on the bend, the flexibility, the speed, the cadence, the straightness. Whereas, even in a small moment like this, so many different things, both for the rider to ensure they get right with the horse, but also for the judge to be assessing. Finishing off there with that final passage, and very happy she will be as she's kept that score consistently over the 69% mark. So where it eventually falls into place, we will see. But might do the first score 62.383, but much as they're competing against each other, there's also, as I say, that sort of personal battle for yourself and your own scores. And as I say, we're in that sort of unique position where you're also perhaps competing against your national teammates because of perhaps looking for selection for Paris. Such a lovely horse though, 18 years young, that stallion by Vivaldi, that has really been the partner of a lifetime to Charlotte. She has progressed up through the sports, and that makes for a tremendous story in its own right. So you can see how happy she is and pleased with how that has gone. So there's the score, 69.723%. The partnership, I think to say, they haven't done a huge number of Grand Prix specials. The score is still very strong. I think it's their second highest Grand Prix special score. Well, let's move on to the Netherlands. The team, of course, was successful in the Nations Cup. Not only did Dina win the Grand Prix individually, the Dutch
Chef de Keep by Alex van Sifholt came out on top in the Nations Cup, beating Denmark and Germany. And Marlies van Baalen, although it was the score that they didn't use, was still over 70% in that Grand Prix test. And she goes next in this Grand Prix special. Riding Habibi DVB-NOP. This is a 12-year-old gelding by Blue Horse Dan Schufro out of a Johnson TN mare. Another part of the championship team over recent times. She qualified all the way through to the freestyle, and she rode on the championships in Riesenbeck for the Dutch last year. The team ended up coming in 15th. These two actually were 17th in that Grand Prix special. She rode the wonderful Go Legend as part of the Dutch team at the Olympics. Of course, ridden on numerous teams, including back in 2004 when she rode a Docus for the Dutch team at those Athens Olympics. Certainly finding that opening line a little bit tough. This, let's say, over 70.435 was the score in the Grand Prix. Last year at the Europeans in the special, they scored 73.511%. But they have in the past scored as high as 74.979 in a Grand Prix special. Although with the way it's starting today, we're going to have to claw those marks back. Dressage, creating that suspended movement in each stride. It's hard to explain just how that movement is cadence powerful yet incredibly light. And that's what allows that appearance of the horse floating above the ground. And perform the passage, of course, requires significant impulsion just to get the horse really moving forward, remaining in that collected frame. Those hindquarters engaged. What you're actually doing is demonstrating the horse's ability to carry weight, generate power from the hind end, and to elevate the trot. Balance to it as well as she goes into the extended and then back into the passage, and demonstrating the fluency of the transitions, the control, the connection. And with that and the way it's gone, you can see now the score has certainly come back round her way.
can really see how this test is capturing the focus of this audience as well. Solid job through the tempo changes. Nice change, just again perhaps wanting the frame to open a little more. Could yet be a bit more daring in the extended. The second of the pirouettes. Important the horse remains straight on the track during the pirouette. Of course, you've got to keep the pole aligned with the centre of the circle. And it's maintaining that correct alignment that ensures that the rotation is performed evenly and, of course, with precision. PF. It looks like they're heading to a score that will be over the 70% mark. The Dutch team keeping a close watch on that. I feel they will have better scores in the past. This is a big five-star event in their last time out in the five-star competition was in Aachen last year, and that was their 69% test. Maybe a little bit more energy through the pirouettes. The scores are heading our way. For Marlies van Baalen and Habibi NOP. Here it is, and all the judges going over 70 for a combined total percentage mark of 71.021. So well done to them. Plenty of appreciation from the Dutch team and also this wonderful crowd here in Rotterdam. So 71.021, the first through that magical 70% mark here in the Grand Prix Special, and a lot of applause, as you would have anticipated. In a moment, we'll move our attention back to Belgium. Domien Michiels coming out to join us. Intermisio van het Maderhof. Put in a cracking performance in the Grand Prix test here for these two. Of course, he rode this horse at the Europeans
that has been pretty much a fixture for Belgium at championships over the last 3 or 4 years since that Olympic debut in Tokyo. Riding at the Europeans that year in Hagen and the Worlds in 22 with Flore de Winne last year. He did score 70.543 in that Grand Prix test, which if I recall was a new combination best for these two. He was absolutely ecstatic, quite rightly so, when he got to the end. And now they've got the chance to see if they can replicate that form in the Grand Prix special, though it's a combination that have done a lot of music tests, done a lot of freestyles, World Cups, etc. Looking back at their sort of listing, looking back on their record is the word I was actually looking for. But only the second time these two have ridden together in the Grand Prix special. The first time came back last month in München in Germany in the 5-star there, where they scored 67.213%. Fascinating to see how they get on today. Gelding by IPS Grabaldi. Looking solid at the start. Transition from the passage into the extended. Perhaps could have, again though, just asked for a little bit more. Use that power and engagement in the extended. Bit of energy. The passage. Need to keep that impulsion and that engagement. Then to this piaffe, so important to keep that balance. Of course, the horse has got to remain centered and straight throughout that movement, and the horse mustn't drift from side to side. It's all about sort of maintaining that vertical balance, and you've got to showcase the control and harmony in the performance, and it's the consistency as well of the rhythm and cadence. Was absolutely fundamental to the piaffe. That tempo, keeping it even, that clear 2-beat trot rhythm.
Nice rhythm through the flying changes. Perhaps just need a little bit more expression just to show the horse's sort of willingness and suppleness in the transitions as well. Well, if this score sticks, which I see no reason unless something goes very sideways down this centre line, it won't. Or I should say it will. Just get a little bit more expression, a little bit more energy. Ooh. And a slightly smoother transition won't help, but either which way round, you can see it's just knocked them under the 70% mark, which I thought they would hold on to, and I still think they might get back to with the general impression mark at the end. But we will see. Domien Michiels, who had that personal best yesterday, or combination best, with intermission Van Hemmerhoff, as I'm sure just delivered another combination best in the special. And certainly setting themselves up, and if you're going to peak, now is the time to do so. Your A game. So 71-021 is the score to beat. Charlotte Defalque, of course, Belgium teammate in that Nations Cup team with Botticelli, has already been and scored 69.723. I'm sure the early aim will be to beat that. How high can that score go as we just wait for it to bring up on our screen? 69.766%. Into second, of course, they average across the 5 judges. 69.766. Charlotte's score was 69.723. So just edged her. Not a lot in it at all, though, between those two riders from Belgium. But it is still Marlies van Baalen for the Netherlands that leads on that score of 71.021. Well, next to go, it's going to be the turn of French rider Alexandre Ayache. I really do think France have been coming on in great strides in the world of dressage, and ended up in 6th place here the other day for Jean Morel's team. But with the likes of Crotin Potier and Pauline Basquin, Alexander here with Jolene was the other counting score. It was 69.370 as part of that French team. What can these two bring today? 10-year-old stallion by Bravo B. It's a beautiful day here in Rotterdam, and so many people here enjoying the dressage. Of course, another rider with a lot of experience, and this horse went to the Europeans with him last year, did qualify for the special. Rode for France in Tokyo on So What. They competed recently in the Grand Prix Special in the 4-star in Le Mans back at the start of June, where they scored 71.064. To repeat that today would put them on top in these early stages. Of course, they had a busy run on the World Cup circuit through the winter months as well. Just having a look back though, I mean they've ridden in plenty of specials. So 79
71,489 being the combination best. Showing really nicely in that early passage. Solid start. Just needing and asking maybe for a little bit more stretch, just to allow the horse to take the bit down through the extended walk, open up the frame in the middle. Just watch the things stay nice and relaxed as you turn into the collected walk. And you can already see that Julien was predicting the Piaffe. Nice and straight through the changes. A movement of high collection to a movement of extension through, and then struggling a little bit with that change after the extended. To the pirouette now, back to that collection, it's extension, collection, and it's showing all the time that, or demonstrating
that understanding. Just a little bit of an error in the changes on the centre line. Just maybe a little bit more lift, power from behind, sitting the horse back more in the pirouette. He looks over at the team. It's hard to read the face as to whether he's happy or not, but nevertheless, the score was trending towards that 70% mark, and you have to look back at the average with these two, and 70% would be sort of 69, 70 would be a average score, and I'm sure that Alexander will maybe just been hoping today. As I say, it's a day where it's really important to these horses and riders to try and just sparkle a little more and bring their best in front of the judges. And they started off strongly, and just little moments later on, perhaps just proving to be that more costly. But let's see, where is that score? It is just shy of the 70% mark. It'll go to fourth. It's awfully tight between them all. 69.702. So you have three riders on 69.7, I think is the best way for me to describe the closeness of proceedings. But that goes into fourth. Still the only 70% mark is that of Marlies van Baalen, Habibi DVB NOP, 71.021. But we continue to move forward, and 3 to go in this first session. The Grand Prix special, of course, with the break, 15-minute break in the middle. It's going to be the turn of the United States of America. Of course, they have their dressage team also qualified to go to Paris. Those nations that have qualified in all three Olympic disciplines. This is Katherine Bateson-Chandler riding Haute Côtière. It wasn't the greatest day for the USA team in terms of their performance for the Nations Cup. So Catherine's still putting in a solid 67.8 with this horse on Thursday. Has her chance to see what she can do in the special. I mean, many of us know as well, of course, Dina van Liere, the Dutch rider, of course, won the Grand Prix the other day, used to ride this horse, and rode this horse, would have been Hagen in Europeans in 2021. And it was a horse that Dina brought through the youth levels as well. She first brought it out as a 5-year-old at the World Championships, and then went back as a 7-year-old. So Katherine has had the ride since the start of 2022, though, has now picked up some good mileage. She's done a good number of Grand Prix specials as well. And she's, of course, competing a lot in the States, but has gone over 73% in a Grand Prix special. That was at Akala last year. Dina rode this at the Europeans in the special. She scored 75.6. A nice start to this special performance here in Rotterdam. USA's Katherine Bateson-Chandler. It's a 12-year-old mare. Dutch warm blood by Connoisseur. Looking really light on their feet through the passage. Nice transition, good extension. Again showing that control and balance. Mare's got fabulous expression there, hasn't she? She really enjoys what she's doing. She's still only a 12-year-old. At the moment, again, keeping that score very close to the leader. It has been unbelievably tight in these early stages. Again, needing a little bit more energy into that Piaffe. Just struggled certainly at the start to get that engagement. Better with that two-beat movement. As well. You can see that that's supported score a little bit higher as well. So in comparison to where the leader was at this point with the combined average of scores, well there, count the straightness and the collection. be fascinating to see exactly where this score comes in. Again, I would say that they have looked a lot more assured today in the special. Really settling into their stride, and there's so much more still to come from these two. Saying de Cotier is still just a 12-year-old. Katherine, a lot of experience. And it's getting ever closer to 70. Will it go through? It certainly looks like it'll be as close as we've seen, bar the one that did. And you can see what it meant to the pair of them. The Team USA watch on. And if she can deliver a 70% score in the special here today, that will be a massive achievement to do it outside of the States in a 5-star event. It's the first 5-star special the two of them have ridden together. So where does that come into place? So people making a strong pitch for being a member of Team USA this summer. Riding down that centre line in Paris, possibly. Still weeks to go before so much can happen even for one, be sure. But let's see, because it's coming our way right now, and she has done it. Brilliant, 70.021. Well done, Katherine Bateson-Chandler and Cotier. They move up into second place for the USA behind Marlies van Baalen on 71.021. And as I said, it's not so much to me that, of course, they've on numerous occasions in specials they've scored over 70, but to do that here in a 5-star in Europe as well with this level of opposition on this day is a big moment. Next up, Flore de Winne for Belgium. We've seen 3 of the 4 from Belgium before we've even got to the break. This is Flynn FRH. That's the bell to kick things off. It's 10-year-old stallion by Tellenhof's Fahrenheit out of a Oldenburg mare. Finished as a top 10 finisher. 2 in the top 10 for Belgium, Larissa and Flore, in the Grand Prix here the other day. These two who went to the World Cup final finished in 6th place this year in Riyadh. They rode in Risenbeck last year, although just riding in the Grand Prix test. 72.913 in the Grand Prix here. I think he called their best Grand Prix score from memory as well. Got a reasonably strong record in specials. 71.936 was the combination best performance in Deval in 2022. This year in Compiègne in the Nations Cup event they scored again over 70%, and so far they are showing some exquisite movements that have certainly been noted by the judges. can see as you look around this arena, it is absolutely packed here today. As we know, these next few moments absolutely key. Nice transition through the walk. Really nice transitions as well from the Piaf into the Passage. Really demonstrating those clear aids, the preparation, making sure they look as seamless as possible on entry and on exit. And that's all part of highlighting the horse's obedience and responsiveness to the rider. A nice rhythm to the changes. Just kick the board. Looking wonderful through the one-time tempi changes. The expression also actually showing a willingness, suppleness in the transition leads. Thursday. These two, Flore de Winne and Flynn FRH, set a combination best score in the Grand Prix. And with the way that score went, they have just smashed their previous best in the special as well. For a partnership that performed so well recently in the World Cup final in Riyadh, a partnership, of course, now I would suggest destined for the centre line of Paris. Really, after that performance and the way that these two have really peaked this year, what a tremendous outcome that is. So we will see where the score settles in, but the best in a special that they have achieved in the past, 71.936. Just scored over 70 in Compiègne back in May when they scored 70.681. But today they took it to a new level. Well done, Flora. Well, let's see where it does land in terms of the score. There we have it, 73.340. There is a smile that says it all on her face, and what a combination those two have made. They really have worked that out together. And that lovely, again, just a 10-year-old, that stallion. I mean, what a future that horse is going to continue to have in the sport, and a big part, of course, for Belgium as well. So the lead changes hands in these still early stages of this Grand Prix special. It is now Belgium that will move ahead of the Netherlands as Marlies van Baalen score of 71.021 goes into second, and Katherine Bateson-Chandler and Cotier go into third place. Well, this next combination will take us up to the halfway mark and to the break in proceedings in this Grand Prix special. It's going to be Bianca Nowag-Aulenbrock for Germany. Part of that German team that finished on the podium in terms of their Nations Cup performance here the other day. In fact, Bianca was, of course, a scoring part of that. A little surprised, of course, it was Ingrid that had all sorts of trouble with Sap Sansa in the Grand Prix. But Bianca putting in a really solid 70.696 really helped the team. And of course, with Karina and Isabel alongside, they still pushed their way ahead of Belgium, although it was quite tight in the end. This is Coelito. It's a 12-year-old gelding by Quarter Hall out of a first Romancia mare. Bianca, who again has really starred coming through the youth ranks of the sport. She's scored numerous team gold medals and individual medals, including a young rider individual gold medal back in 2015. She started back in the ponies when she was on the gold medal winning team in 2009 on Defalque Lord, and then finished 10 years later in the world of youth category with an individual silver on Sir Holstein. Of course, time has since moved on, and now establishing herself as a part of the senior setup for Germany. Competed recently with this 12-year-old in the Grand Prix special in Wiesbaden, scoring 70.830. They've done a few specials though together over the last couple of years. 71.979 is the combination best, came in the 3-star in May in Compiègne last year. nice start from this partnership. Some strong balance in all the movements, ensuring the horse is remaining very centered and straight. Also showing a wasn't ideally in that sort of two-beat movement, and the PF almost like it was getting a little bit stuck. Till that point, I think the rhythm and the paces had been quite correct and regular. This does move with a degree of freedom. With the half pass, the balance and the alignment so important. Got those lateral movements, such as the shoulder in or a half pass. Of course, you're demanding precise alignment and control of the horse's body. Still the score trending in second at the moment. Just wanted to be a little bit neater coming out of that second pirouette. Again, just showing really strong transitions. Really, really good again here for this combination for Germany. Certainly making a strong case for their championship credentials as well. Sure, it'll quite be a PB, but it'll still be up there to keep the averages high for those two in the Grand Prix Special. Bianca Nowag-Aulenbrock and Quileletto for Germany. The combinations best score, as I said at the start, 71.979, 3 times out of 6. Or I should say, better to say 4 out of 6. They've gone through 70% in the Grand Prix Special. We'll see what they are able to do today. Yeah, the Grand Prix 70.696. So let's wait and see what happens. And of course, we're going to go into the break as well in a moment. With still some big name partnerships to come, including Patrik Kittel and touchdown. You've got Nanna as well. Blue Horse Don Olombrio. Gal, Becky Moody, Larissa Pauluis. But there's the score, and that is into second place for the moment, 71.170 to push the German star up the order behind Belgium's Flore de Winne and Flynn FRH. Because at the break, that is exactly how the top 2 stand. And then it's Marlies van Baalen for the Netherlands with Habibi DVB NOP that sits in third place. Well, as the crowd below us all pile into the pavilion to refill, I think we will also take a little pause. We're due to head back down the centre line at 5:05, so 15 minutes, and we go again. We'll be back with you, of course, just prior to that. But as it stands, Belgium's Flore de Winne and Flynn FRH lead the way from Bianca Nowag-Aulenbrock and Quileletto. Marlies van Baalen and Habibi DVB NOP sitting there in third, and 4 scores over 70%. Plenty more to come. Big names left. We'll be back very soon, live on FEI TV.
Taking part in an event like GEO is a true form of top sport. Special classes and shows are provided so even the youngest get taught. When not taking part, the entertainment level is still high. With a merchandise village, memorable shows and a great location make this 5-day event an inspiring occasion. Let's all gather round and witness another year of history being made. Creating a place for people becoming the best version of themselves. Come on with the show. Who will take the prize? Who'll have the best time of their lives? 'Cause this is the place and this is my time. I wanna feel like I'm alive. Making sure the field's quality is up to par for jumping and dressage riders coming from afar. Situated in the Kralingse Bossen in a beautiful environment, and walking around and enjoying the sights are moments truly well spent. Pessoa, Simon, Lansing, Van Gunsven, Broom, Dubbeldam, and so many more were known to ride the GEO fields and make their memories before. Let's all gather round and witness another year of history being made. Creating a place for people becoming the best version of themselves. Come on with the show. Who will take the prize? Who'll have the best time of their
Welcome back, and welcome along if you're just joining us here on FEI TV. There's the lineup here for the final run through to the finish of this FEI Grand Prix special that is led at the moment by Belgians Flore de Winne and Flynn FR8, but still to come, as you've just noticed. 3 for Sweden, Marlies van Baalen, Juliette Ramel and Patrik Kittel. Add in 2 for Denmark, Bang Zindorff, Nanna, Skodborg, Merrald as well. But Edward Gal, Becky Moody and Larissa Pauluis is the stars of the first half. Plenty of highlights to enjoy and plenty of smiles going on around this arena. It has been a really enjoyable first half, and Flore de Winne and Flynn leading with a new special combination best, a good solid performance as well from Bianca to roll up there into second after the team points she scored the other day. So yeah, no, it's been really interesting. It'll be fascinating to see who does come out on top of this, because certainly those combinations that went well here the other day, and the better combinations from what we know are still to come. Sweden then kicking things off. They didn't have the best day in the the Nations Cup. They would have been hoping for more. Juliette Ramel and Flore Hagen didn't necessarily have their best Grand Prix tests. Marlies van Baalen though goes as she did first of the Swedish riders in that Nations Cup. She put in a really solid 71% in that Grand Prix. Well, this horse is called Invoice. It's a 12-year-old Jazz gelding, 4th place. Although they have previously scored over 75 in the special. 75.255 is their PB or combination best score. Came last year in Neustadt in the 3-star in Germany. Invoice and Maria on Essen. Start they will put behind them, and now just hopefully settle in. That score can come back up quite quickly. Again, just losing a little bit of that fluency through the transitions. It's just trying to get the horse just to go forward a little bit more A little bit more power and impulsion. Just out that engagement. The engagement referring to the horse's bending of its joints, carrying that weight on its hindquarters and displaying the strength and the power in the movements. This looks a little bit rushed through the extended walk. Just wanted to allow that frame just to stretch out a little bit more. Apart from those couple of moments early on, things have really begun to settle. Also showing some nice movements, a reflection of lightness, cadence, grace. See how that score has moved up more and more as this test has just gone on. as ever, all important here. Finish it stronger than they started. Feature as one of their highest special scores, but it is still a very strong score. It will be down a little on the performance we saw from those two in Compiègne back in May in France in that 5-star Nations Cup event when they scored 73.276. But let's see, just a few places, just the balance, the alignment just not quite perhaps as accurate as you might have needed. .468 goes into that very tight group and into 4th place, just behind Marlies van Baalen, but ahead of Katherine Bateson-Chandler. So we're there for Sweden. First of 3 for Sweden in this class. Maria von Essen. Is looking very fit and very well, the 12-year-old there, the gelding by Jazz. We're going to stay with Sweden for the next to go. Well, unless anything's changed. Let's pull to a wide. Nothing's changed. Here we go. So, Juliette Ramel riding Bariol KH, this very experienced 18-year-old gelding by Ossimian. Didn't necessarily want to class have their best Grand Prix performance here the other day. It's a combination that have really been a strong part of the teams over the years. Of course, here in Rotterdam back in 2019 at the European Championships, these two were part of the bronze medal winning team for Team Sweden. They've ridden at 2 Olympic Games together, they've ridden at World Championships together, and of course they have ridden at those Europeans in the past. They didn't ride in Wiesenbeck last year. Their Grand Prix performance was a 70.913, which in terms of their Grand Prix performances, as I say, was a slightly lower edge of their marks. It was a more, if I remember rightly, there was just his eye caught something which sort of put it off at one point, but I'm going a little bit from memory there. They've obviously done a fair number of Grand Prix specials recently in Compiègne as well. They finished in 5th, 72.830 a month ago. But again, it's a partnership that has often scored over 75%, 76% in specials. Back to 2019 to Giston when they set their personal bests at special 79.915. Again, problems causing them bigger issues in terms of the score. And again, the problem comes in this sport fundamental issue. Ultimately, always looking for perfection. We know that. So when things go wrong, the scores go missing, and that's when you suddenly see those big drops. So far today, we've seen a very strong standard across the board. I'm sure the leader at the moment, Flore de Winne, will be still delighted because that new best score for her and Flynn is keeping them in the lead. You can see from the way the trending percentage continues to recover, still scoring strongly in other areas. Looking well balanced through the passage and the PF. Solid transition, nicely done. Also, it does have a wonderful sort of lightness as it comes through those movements. There in the changes, the balance. Coming now to these pirouettes. Of energy through the pirouettes. beautiful partnership, and they have a great relationship, both horse and rider. Juliette Ramel there and Brielle KH, although today was good as some parts of that test were, and they were very good. You could see it the way, as I said, the score kept moving back up, but it had to go back up from a lower base than either of them would have wanted. They've got a little issues, but either which way, they've got a huge amount to offer in their locker. It is just making sure you eliminate the mistakes. So we'll see where that falls into place. Of course, the Swedish riders, Maria van Essen, we saw a short moment ago with Invoice, went into fourth. That certainly looked like it was going to beat that. The leading score 73.340, and that goes into second, the score of 72.191. Very consistent marks as well, if you look there from those 5 members of the ground jury, the judges. Juliette Ramel and Brielle KH can go and have a breather after that one. Now we move on to one of 2 for Denmark in this class. Bang Zindorff riding Gardens Rostov, the 14-year-old mare by Romanov. This is a partnership that finished in 14th place in the Grand Prix. Counted as a score for the Danish team in that Grand Prix with a score of 71.261, which helped Denmark to second place, and it was awfully close. There was only 3 marks between the top 3 teams. When you were adding together 3 scores per team, it got very tight indeed. Now, Lund, who rode at the World Championships, the European Championships in Herning back in 2013, or Fito L, the partnership there that was part of the Danish team that finished 4th back in 2013. To get things underway. 14-year-old mare. Recently competed in the special in Mannheim, just shy of 70%, but they did score over 73% in Herning back in March when they rode there in the special. That score in Herning of 73.255 was in fact their combination best score. Produced through the small tour, now very successfully into big tour as well over the last 6 years or so. I'm sure the Danish team will be trying to make sure they've got just the right lineup for the games this summer. Surprise for the Danish team here the other day, and Mette Binder's team was Carina Kjøssekruf, who again was one of those that just sort of ran into problems, was never really settled in the arena with Helens Danserera, and ended up with a score of 67.6 or something like that, which of course otherwise I think would have, because she was the last to go, and she needed, I think it was like a 73% score, Carina. Unable to achieve that because things just didn't go their way. It was what let the Dutch through, because they did score well with Daniel and Nanna. showing the way in terms of the scores at the moment. It was always going to be the case that we were going to see the level begin to step up slightly as we got deeper into this class. The extension, of course, as we said earlier in the broadcast, the test very much constantly in the special, that collection, extension, collection, different elements being tested, and of course it's so important that whatever they're doing, they show that the horse has that ability to collect, to shorten the strides, but also while maintaining that sort of energy, the balance, and as well as doing extension, where we've just seen there that lengthening of stride. But you've got to show it without rushing or losing balance, and suppleness is absolutely crucial, enabling a horse to smoothly transist between different frames. Through there, the pirouettes, is keeping these scores awfully tight. Understandably delighted as finishing there, Bang Zindorff as the combination for Denmark. Certainly a really strong performance in this Grand Prix special. (73.255) was their PB. Combination best is perhaps a better way of putting it, but either which way, it's the sort of mark they're trying to beat today from the 5-star in Herning back in March of this year. Able to push themselves up and over on that score here today. How close are they going to get to the lead? Very close. 72.511. 72.511 is a tremendous score, because it is in fact the second highest Grand Prix special score that those two have scored together. So again, a very smiley rider and a very entertained crowd. So that was Bang Zindorff and Faragans Rostov. 5 more to go down that centre line. 1 for Sweden, 1 for Belgium, 1 for Denmark, 1 for the Netherlands, and 1 for Great Britain. But now to the combination for Sweden. Of those that have come forward in this test, these two were the best placed. They finished in 4th in that Grand Prix. The top 3 will all be in the freestyle a little later. And of course, this is the partnership that, but a couple of months ago, won the FEI World Cup final in Riyadh. The first time in this man's hugely successful career that he has been able to lift that bit of silverware. He first qualified back in 2010 on Watermill Scandic. He has always finished in the top 10, and this year was his year. So congratulations, Patrik Kittel, and touchdown. He used this horse at the Europeans last year and the World Championships in 2022 on each and every occasion, getting himself into the final and freestyle. Of course, he's a rider that's had plenty of championship outings over the years for Team Sweden. This 12-year-old gelding by quarterback. Touchdown for Patrik Kittel. Grand Prix score on Thursday, 74.761%. Last time these two completed a special was in Risenbeck at the Europeans last year, 74.727. To be fair, also it's not a test they do that often, of course. They're so successful together in the freestyle tests and have been on the World Cup circuit. Of course, they won in Erning last year. Have scored 78.383 in a Grand Prix special. They did that in the Nations Cup. I think that was at Aachen. Apologies, that was in Herning in 2022. Just being corrected. Either which way round, they don't often get lower than a 75. Moment he's on 77. Transition. wonderful expression and expressive nature to its paces and its movement. There's a great relationship between horse and rider. Understanding that natural connection that Patrik has with his horses. He's heading for the top. Will this be enough? Although just losing a little bit of energy there, sadly, towards the end in that final Piaffe movement. Like I said, the relationship between horse and rider is key in any equestrian discipline, but it is that magnificent connection and harmony that is demonstrated at such a high level in the world of dressage. We've seen it already with every combination, but even again there, so much so with Patrik and with Touchdown. Hugely popular rider, and I don't think there was a single person that wasn't happy in this sport to see him at long last lift that World Cup title in Riyadh just a few months ago. And, a richly deserved reward. Because he's always just such a... He is a showman, no question about it. When he's riding in those freestyles, the floor patterns he puts together, and the music has always been something that's pushed it forward or pushed the sport forward. Today in the special, 75.106 to lead the way, 75.106 for Touchdown. And again, a really good, strong, solid score when you have to go back, as I say, to Risenbeck when they rode the special last. And that day they scored 74.7, so they've beaten that score, 74.727, that they scored at Risenbeck last year. Well, is it enough with 4 to go? We have certainly seen some impressive performances from the Belgian riders, of course, perhaps none more so than Flore de Winne, who's still sitting in second place at the moment. Now it's the turn, though, of Larissa Pauluis riding Flambeau. Another rider with a fabulous championship pedigree. In the team the other day, she was the best of Belgium's combination, 73.413%, which was, again, a big score for these two. She qualified. Of course, she has the other super ride as well, First Up Valentin, who she took to those World Cup finals and to the World Championships. This is the horse that she rode in Tokyo at those Olympic Games, and also qualified for the freestyle with a top 20 finish in the special in Risenbeck last year at the European Championships. Recently in the special in Le Mans, they scored 70.277. Score here in the Grand Prix that they picked up on Thursday was a combination best score as well, and as I say, when you consider Belgium had 2 of their riders managing to do that, It was a very impressive day in terms of the special. As is ever, they won't have done as many, but it's perhaps one of the more experienced combinations doing the special over the years. And their average is around 69%. They have in Risenbeck last year scored 72.766. Question again. One of Belgium's best performances for Larissa. We saw it from Flore. Here with Flambeau. She is gracing us with a superb test. Ever the case in this test, that's those tricky moments, though, that can just move your score away, and that's where touchdown is so good. Just see there, just struggling a little bit again through that transition coming out of the gap into the passage. Good in the counter work.
sit the horse back a little bit more through the pirouette. The hindquarters carry the weight, but again, good changes. Heading into the top 4 for sure. They may yet make it into the top 3 with that test, and they were certainly pushing towards a very strong percentage mark for those two, and certainly their best score of 2024 in a Grand Prix special is heading their way. Their third special performance after Le Mans and Compiègne this season. On both occasions there, scoring around the 70% mark, but clearly bettering that today and getting much closer to the Risenbeck score from last year at the Europeans. It is a championship caliber combination. So Larissa and Flambeau, they will shuffle into the order. Good enough. It's not going to move Flore out of second. It's going to go into fourth, just ahead of Juliette Ramel. 72.192%, 72.192, and it's only the third time in a special they've scored over 72%. So, time to do it. It's the first time, as I say, since the Europeans they've gone through 72%. So, strong outing yet again from another of Belgium's best, which means we're now down to the final 3 to go. 1 for Denmark, 1 for the Netherlands, and 1 for Great Britain. And we're going to start with Denmark. A lady who has been one of the outstanding talents in recent years in this sport. Nanna Skodborg Merrald, of course, rides for the Blue Horse team. It's Blue Horse Don Olimbrio, 16-year-old stallion by Jazz. Of course, the runner-up with this horse to Patrik at the World Cup final in Riyadh this year. A multiple team medalist for Denmark ever since she was in juniors and ponies. I think her first medal she ever won was back in 2008 when she was on the Pony European team and they took a bronze. And she's never really looked back. Of course, she won a junior title as well, all the way through to that World Championship team gold in Herning with Blue Horse Zach back in 2022. Of course, that association with the Blue Horse stud has really allowed her to progress to the very top end of this sport, and this lovely 16-year-old
back at the notes and thinking that their lowest score, this is actually her fourth special with this horse, and the lowest score that they've ever achieved, 75.957 with Nanna riding, is actually a better score than currently leads this class with Touchdown and Patrik Kittel. I think she would have beaten Patrik in the Grand Prix the other day if it not been for that one error. Ooh, we're getting a little excited in the transition. There's those moments at this level that can make such a difference. This is a horse that is just so relaxed within the Passage and the Piaffe. It's got such beautiful paces and just is able to contain that energy, use that power. Fabulous combination they make, and certainly, as I say, after that little glitch is the best way to describe it in the Grand Prix, that sure would have seen them finish higher up and could have pushed Denmark back ahead of the Dutch. I mean, a day really that, I mean, the Dutch won it because they saw the return of a certain combination we'll see later but make their own lives very easy. Today, no doubt about it, really strong from Nanna, Skodborg, Merrald. She is. So where is that score? It is a new leading score, 75.915%. So a brilliant performance from the Danish star. Is it enough to hold on to the finish? So, Nanna, Skodborg, Merrald, Blue Horse Don Olimbrio leads the way from Patrik Kittel and touchdown, and Flore de Winne and Flynn FRH. But there are still 2 more left to go. I have a feeling that will take an awful lot of beating, but we will see if one of these final 2 combinations can do anything above. Ooh, hello there. Certainly no stranger to this arena, and of course a man that has been a multiple medalist for the Netherlands throughout his career, of course, especially with the great Tuttelas. World and European titles going his way. And he last rode, in fact, the Europeans was here back in 2019, but of course he rode this horse in Tokyo, where he qualified all the way through to the freestyle to finish in 6th. His performance in the Grand Prix Special was top 5. It is Edward Gall and Glock's Total Us, the 12-year-old Tuttelas stallion out of a Sir Donahall mare. Horse that has only been lightly competed since its debut back in 2021. And then, of course, they came here, rode in the Grand Prix that year in Rotterdam as part of the winning team, and then went on to finish 2nd in the freestyle. They then went to Tokyo, and then after that, we haven't actually seen them until a little outing back in May in the 3-star in Exlu. And then their performance here in the Grand Prix saw them finish in 9th place on Thursday. The 2 specials they've competed in, one was actually this year, the other, which is their combination best score, came in those Tokyo Games at 79.894. Can they rediscover that sort of form? They scored 75.404 in Exlu. The crowd will certainly be on their side. Certainly got the traits of Tuttelas in there. Sort of wonderful action and elastic spring and step. the power with the collection needed to give that beautiful floating action. As you can see, the score is coming with it. Tremendous control and fluency through those transitions. It's really hard to judge the scores this early though, I guess, because it is so tight with the way you can see 1 minute he's moving from first down to fifth on the trending marks, and that is just because of how tight things are. A little bit of tension's crept in a few places. Doesn't look to have completely the same fluency it did at the beginning, but it's still a fabulous performance. We're using this event here in Rotterdam to try and ensure they can establish themselves in a position to be selected for the Dutch team in Paris. Right there, having to sort of fight a little bit more than they would have wanted to. But really having to work quite hard. Maybe lacking the ultimate rhythm and consistency throughout the test, which is so crucial. expressive. Good yet, the Dutch rider make the top three here though, in front of his home audience, and of course go a long way to boosting their prospect of perhaps being part of Paris as well. The penultimate combination in this Grand Prix special, Edward Gal and Glock's Total Us. One more still to go. So you can really see. Of course, I'm standing by Total Us. You can see Total Us in. Very, very popular on Irish those two. Since 21, that led them to Tokyo. 3 years later, will go from Rotterdam them to Paris. 73.149, just off the podium. Say yet again though, as Edward leaves, what a brilliant test from Flore de Winne today in Flynn FRH, because she is still sat in third behind Nanna and Patrik. But you look at everybody that is behind the combination from Belgium. That 10-year-old stallion to me is one of the standout performances of the day. Nanna tremendous, of course, leading, and Patrik a touchdown. But there is still one more left in the draw. And it's another that I'm sure will be hoping that today can be perhaps part of the pathway to Paris. She, of course, with this horse, was the travelling reserve to the Europeans last year. Becky Moody for Great Britain and Jaeger Bomb. Strong performance yesterday to finish just behind Nanna in the Grand Prix with 73.609. She finished in 7th place. Test. This 10-year-old gelding by Dante Valentino OLD out of a Jazz mare, homebred as well by Becky. Has, since last year, been on a fabulous pathway, continually showing some really strong performances. She rode in Compiègne in the Grand Prix Special there back at the start of May. Of course, that Nations Cup event, and scored 74.298%. That was her first 5-star Grand Prix special, having competed also in the specials at Addington and Lear this year. She has been scoring over 74 on each occasion. It was the Addington 3-star where she scored 76.191. Of course, they had that tremendous performance in London at Excel in the World Cup circuit, where they were third in both the Grand Prix and in the freestyle. They're just looking to now have one big performance today to hopefully focus enough attention to ensure she can also make that trip to Paris as part of Caroline Griffiths' team. Although, as we've seen today, the start in terms of your scores can be quite painful, but give it time.
wonderful energy while remaining relaxed, listening to Becky. There's that benefit of the relationship all the way through for these two. Becky has produced, as I say, homebred and hugely successful novice career. Creeping in before the piaffe, just needing to bring that energy perhaps just a little more. Nice through the lateral work. Job through that extension and then going to these pirouettes. Keep that energy.
The key in sport is to keep improving, and that combination just keep getting better. They look to better the score from the 5-star outing in May in France, where they scored 74-98. It was second in the special that day. It would be a big ask to make the top two today when you have Nanna and Patrik sat ahead of you. But nevertheless, that is certainly trending into the top three, and a podium finish for Becky Moody and Jägerbom as they look to continue to establish the credentials as part of the British team, of course, that'll be very much looking to be in the hunt for the gold medal come the summer with the two Charlottes, and of course there's a certain Carl Hester and Becky. I think it's between them all as to how it all finally falls into place. But Becky Moody is third, 74.681%, a fabulous score, which, as I say, betters the mark that Jägerbom scored in Compiègne just a month ago. So very, very well done to them in this 5-star event, and a very appreciative crowd as well, giving her a lot of support. So congratulations to finish there and wrap things up in this Grand Prix special. The winner is, though, Nanna Merrald and Bluehorse on Librio. Behind them, that Grand Prix result to win the Grand Prix special ahead of Patrik Kittel and his World Cup winning ride touchdown. Becky Moody and Jägerbom take third for Great Britain, and perhaps the standout performance of the day, Flore de Winne and Flynn FRH taking fourth with that new score, best for them. Ahead of Edward Gal, the best of the Dutch, with Glocks total us and lone Bang Zindorff. For the Danes, with Thrangarden's Rostov in sixth, so well done to everybody. It has been a quite brilliant afternoon of equestrian action, and now we haven't got too long to wait before we can enjoy a fabulous evening as well. We're going to get set though for the presentations before we go anywhere, and then this Super Saturday, as it is well known, will be lining itself up, and we're only about not really long at all. I was just looking at the time now. Here it's just coming up to 6:30, 25 minutes, and the first horse goes down the centre line in the freestyle. So presentations first though. It'll be showtime because this is the 75th anniversary of the CHIO of Rotterdam. Tonight, the top three from the freestyle, top three from the freestyle, they'll be in the freestyle. The top three in the Grand Prix are going in the freestyle, and they're lined up in reverse order of how they finished as the last three to go. I mean, how does it happen? It's like somebody knew what way they should fall out the hat, but they've fallen out the hat that way. Daniel Bachmann-Addison, 8:45 tonight, Veyron. Isabel Worth and Wendy de Fontaine at 5 to 9, and then at 9:05, Dina van Leeuwen, of course, back with her ZOP, and what a performance that was in the Grand Prix. Can she do the double? I mean, Isabel, of course, that relatively new ride in the form of Wendy, and of course Daniel and Veyron to come. This afternoon, though, it has been a quite brilliant afternoon of sport. Here's some. The presentation party making their way out to the red carpet in the arena ahead of the presentation of this FEI Grand Prix special, the Saturday night of dressage here in Rotterdam. As I say, we have it's been a stellar lineup, and it's really had a lot of focus for these horses and riders because of Paris being just around the corner. Team competition saw the home team come out on top again, of course the home rider, but when it's come to the special, it is a day for Denmark. And Skodborg Merrald, one of the best in the sport currently, has found their way to the top with Blue Horse Don Onlibrio. I think everybody is lined up neatly and tidily down there on the arena floor. Our top three will just be putting the final touches before they make their way in. As I say, not too long as well before we kick off with that freestyle this evening. I mean, a tremendous lineup throughout. Riders from Great Britain, the USA, Netherlands, Denmark, Sweden, France, Germany. But I think the final three, really final four to go in that, Pauline Vasquez in there as well, but those final three, Daniel, Isabel and Dina tonight, one of those three I would guess will come out on top, and it will be fascinating. It'll be amazing sport here in Rotterdam tonight, and it's all going to be live for you on FEI TV. Do not miss it. And there's exciting time ahead in this sport, and it's certainly been a fabulous gift to us with how good it has been so far. Of course, for show jumping fans, if you have been keeping up, don't forget FEI TV will be your home tomorrow afternoon for the Grand Prix of Rotterdam, the culmination of another excellent week here. That comes tomorrow afternoon here from CHIO Rotterdam. €32,000 tonight, which I think also was the prize fund here this afternoon as well. It was indeed. Here they come, led in by your winner, Nanna Skodborg Merrald of Denmark, with the Blue Horse Don Onlibrio, the 16-year-old Dutch Warmblood, the stallion by Jazz out of Olympic Pharaoh mare, Patrik Kittel and Touchdown. And there is Becky Moody and Jägerbomb. Adulation of the crowd in. Of course, really happy Nanna. There is Patrik with his World Cup winning ride from Riyadh, the 12-year-old gelding, the Swedish Warmblood by quarterback of Samlokaven AB. Patrik and Sweden in second, and then Becky Moody with her and Joe Cooper's homebred 10-year-old by Dante Waltino, Jägerbomb. Plenty more to come a little bit later. Do not miss the freestyle. But as she steps forward to pick up her awards, presentation can get underway. Congratulations first coming from Henning Lederman, our president of the grand jury here for this FEI Grand Prix special. So well done to the grooms as well that stand beside their horses, certainly there with Nanna, and the grooms play the most integral role. Yes, you need a lot of support from a lot of different areas, but the grooms, without question, some of the most hard-working, dedicated and passionate individuals in equestrian sport, and full marks to all of them when they get their moment. The love, passion and care that they have for these horses is second to none. And it is a trifecta, as I've always said. You need your rider, you need your horse, but it's the groom that is the sort of link between the two, and does so much to make everything work. Of course, you have plenty more support team around you than that, from vets to farriers to dentists to physios to you name it. But well done, Patrik Kittel. First time those two have gone down the centre line in a Grand Prix special since, what did I say, the Europeans. There we go. And what a performance from Becky. As a friend of mine just said, Becky was fab, and I agreed. So, well done, Becky Moody. So, not long, about 15 minutes, and we start the dancing to the music with the freestyle here in Rotterdam. Jacobon gets dancing already. I think I'll leave you with a lap of honour and the conclusion of this presentation. Thank you for being with us here on FEI TV for this FEI Grand Prix special here from Rotterdam. Please, though, don't miss what is to come. It is the freestyle. It starts in around 15 minutes' time.
thuis altijd de perfecte sfeer creëren? Bedien je raambekleding met je tablet of telefoon met één druk op de knop. Ontdek Luxeflex Power View Automation.
We are building the port of the future in pursuit of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are calling for unified, transformative effort. Nothing less is expected of business leaders. Nothing less is required of decision makers. Nothing less should be accepted by any of us. That is why today, the Port of Rotterdam and our partners are building a zero-emission port.
Mis het niet. Neem nu een premium lidmaatschap op clipmyhorse.tv. Geniet van alle mogelijkheden, zoals nationale en internationale live events, academy-video's of ga op zoek naar je favoriete paard of ruiter. Kijk waar en wanneer je maar wil. Nou, tablet, telefoon, computer of tv is. Met een premium lidmaatschap heb je altijd toegang tot de paardensport.
Every day, big decisions are made without full information. Overloaded by data. Compounded by complexity. Better decisions are made in the light. With clarity and confidence. Aon is in the business of better decisions.
Aangedreven door een fantastische familiespirit is Duravermeer mede bepalend voor het gezicht van Nederland. Zo ging het, zo gaat het en zo blijft het gaan. Handen uit de mouwen. Aan de slag voor de volgende 165 jaar.
Lijkt bouwen zonder uitstoot ver weg? Met het grote assortiment aan ecomachines brengt Bols voldoen aan emissiedoelen dichtbij.
mooiste wat er is.
Bij Two-Fit Horses vinden we het belangrijk dat jouw paard optimaal kan bewegen. En of dat dan gaat om topsport of basissport, of gewoon recreatie en plezier hebben met je paard. Het doel is dat jij het beste voor je paard wil. Ervoor willen zorgen dat je paard kan bewegen zonder overcompensatie en zonder blessures in de toekomst. Dat is waar wij bij Two-Fit Horses voor staan.
Werken als een paard is in 2014 gestart als een vakantieschoolproject voor kinderen die in de zomervakantie hun eigen wijk niet uitkwamen. Sindsdien is de vakantieschool flink gegroeid. Als je werkt als een paard en veel kunt bereiken.
Welcome along, welcome back. Just great to have you with us wherever you're tuning in on FEI TV. It is an absolute delight. Tonight we come to the final stage of the FEI Dressage Nations Cup here in Rotterdam. It is the FEI Grand Prix Freestyle here in this magnificent setting, celebrating of course as well the 75th anniversary of this CHIO here in Rotterdam, perfectly nestled in the park. And what a lineup. There you go. That's the order of go here this evening. A couple of British riders to kick things off. We have the USA and, of course, plenty of big names that will feature, I'm sure, come the summer as well. And as you look towards the lineup there with the likes of Carina Kassekroof, Therese Nishagen, Carina Schultz, and then, of course, as you dig deeper, you get to the likes of France, of Corentin Poitier, Pauline Basquin, and then the final three. The top three from the Grand Prix test on Thursday, in reverse order of what they finished. We will see Daniel Bachmann-Andersen and Veyron, Isabelle Verve and Wendy de Fontaine, and then for the Netherlands, Dina van Liere and Hermé N.O.P. Hard to choose a winner at this stage. I am so excited for this evening. It's going to be a fascinating night of sport, and really looking forward to seeing how it all unfolds. Of course, the CHIO of Rotterdam this year is very much formed, as we've spoken about once or twice, a sort of Olympic trial, I guess you would call it, and it's certainly pushed a lot of combinations to their best. We saw that in the Grand Prix special just a short while ago, and we saw it in the Grand Prix on Thursday. I do not doubt we'll see it in this as well, as horses and riders doing what they can. Final chance really a month out to show themselves in front of the selectors. Well, tonight, first and foremost, the main thing is to show yourself in front of the members of the grand jury. At E, Henning Lerman for Germany. At H, Susan Bannert from Denmark. The president of the grand jury tonight is Dutch judge Mariette Sanders van Gansrinkel. At M is British judge Isabelle Wessels. And then at B for France is Rafa Sala. So those are the judges. Here is the first to come forward. It is going to be Louis Carrière and his lovely partner, this gelding Diego V. Great Britain with the first two slots in the draw. This 16-year-old now gelding by Spielberg out of a Welthit mare. Lewis, who's been riding this horse, though, has come through from young riders to youth, under 25 level, riding at numerous championships since 2018 with this partner. Recent years, though, has really moved up a gear. That performance last year in Windsor really stood them out when he finished third in the freestyle, and he actually had his first team outing here in Rotterdam 12 months ago when he scored over 73% in the freestyle. It was maybe not their best Grand Prix performance. He'll be hoping for a bit more today, I'm sure. But in Windsor this year, his last freestyle outing, he scored 75.165. Let's see what tonight brings. A degree of difficulty of 8.5. Let's see that set. Of course, with some combination movement scores as well coming through. But what you're looking at is the technical marks. And of course, that is half the score. The other half of the score will come when the test is finished for the artistic marks. easiest starts to this test for Lewis. There, that there's almost a little bit of overexcitement, almost predicting what was going next from the horse, and you can see eventually have a little bit of an impact because you get a chance in a freestyle test to repeat movements within your floor plan, and ultimately be given one score. But if you manage to repeat the movement a couple of 3 times, you can judges to draw a line of average to that final mark. The most important marks are always going to be your pirouettes, your passages, your piastres, the double coefficient. Every mark is crucial. A little bit there in that pirouette, but it's the trending score. All our scores have gone. His last outing brought a personal best in the freestyle. That was at Windsor just a month or so ago. The private grounds of the castle, when he scored 77.405. Seem to have mislaid the graphics to see where the technical marks were going. As we go back to the replays, as I said, there's just a few places they're just losing. It wasn't the easiest day at the office for Lewis and Diego. They know each other so very well. It's one of their long-standing combinations. Not necessarily going to challenge the score we saw from Windsor. Marks we've seen, of course, all the way at that point are technical marks. You then get the artistic marks added in, they covering another 50% of the score, and that holds a lot of weight to how it all lands at the end. The rhythm, the harmony, the choreography, the degree of difficulty, the calculate the list they put into it, all the music, but of course the interpretation of the music, that sort of artistic element, all being brought together by the judges, and that, of course, why the scores will always take a little longer to come through as well, because with even the technical marks, they can't necessarily lock the final marks into the end, and there you have at the top the average of technical marks, 65.550, artistically 74.720, which gave him a final score of 70.135 for the first of the British combinations here this evening. There's Carrière and Diego for fifth. We're going to stay with Great Britain. It's the British already celebrating Becky Moody's third in the special a little bit earlier on. But now Next rider, it's the turn of Richard White, and here it is, yes, yo. 12-year-old gelding Barubi out of a Jalisco mare. Didn't have the easiest day on Thursday, unfortunately. To be fair, neither did Lewis. They both would be able in the past to have produced much higher scores. Certainly Richards was uncharacteristic. This is one of Keda Kirkland, a 7-time Olympian. That he started with last year. Satana gelding. Well, whatever the score that these two achieve, it will be their best freestyle. By virtue, you can work out that this is their first International Grand Prix freestyle performance together. And there is the bell to kick this off for Great Britain's Richard White with Heredio de Seleccio, tremendously experienced rider. This Lusitania gelding. We'll just be looking for a solid performance to keep them all settled in the arena. Today than they did on Thursday. This is the very start of the test. Relax completely in the walk, and again just needs to bring more energy to the passages and the pièce, just a little bit
quite tight. You can see that reflected in the bars as well. Changes. Relaxed as perhaps needed in that pirouette. Certainly looking a lot more comfortable than in that Grand Prix, and that continues this freestyle with the second of the British combinations, and I feel perhaps that in terms of, so it's their first ever Grand Prix freestyle, first freestyle internationally for that 12-year-old, and Richard is having the ride now for the last couple of years. Really nice looking Satana. Produced by the Portuguese rider Masquinida. Goody note. Spaces. Scores heading our way. Because at the moment 70.135 is the total that leads. While the test is on, they will pour in downstairs. It's getting busier and busier. There's a big smile. That's what we like to see. Well done, Richard. Brilliant score for your first outing as well. It's a score that will put him on top for the moment. 68.2 technically and 72.640 artistically. So it's a solid performance there for the actual. That's why he's smiling. Continues to play here on the 75th anniversary of the CHIO Rotterdam.
miles to go. It is the combination here tonight for the United States of America. Kevin Coleman riding Guinnessy. Partnership best placed of the three American combinations in that Grand Prix. Kevin, in fact, he competed for Germany originally before he received his American citizenship. What would be, 3 years ago now? And of course, he switched to compete for the USA. In addition for them, based out in Wellington in Florida. Took this horse to the World Cup final in Riyadh back in April. In 14th place. Had a lot of success with this horse out in the States. Twice winning World Cup competitions, regularly scoring 75% plus in freestyles. Score in Riyadh 72.364. Nation best in freestyle 77.720, which was in Ocala last December when they won the World Cup round there. Trying to bend the horse a little bit to the outside just to regain that connection and control, and unfortunately that means the transitional mark, the difficulty mark, unachieved.